Test, test.
Good morning, Angus Juniors. Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to start our showmanship contest here today at the Alberta Junior Angus Show. Welcome, everyone, to Alberta Junior Angus 2025. We'll begin our day with the best classes of the day, our tiny mite showmanship. In this class, show number 101 is Otto Schmidt. 102, Jensen Jacobs. 103 is Tucker Doran. 104, Raleigh Fisher. 105 is Arlen Murray. Show number 106, Maverick Hunker. And our tiny mite rounding out the class, Mr. Rip Howell.
Yeah, I was going to tell you that they moved him to this class.
Ladies and gentlemen, the tiny mites. Best class of the day. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce to you the lady who will be adjudicating our showmanship today. We're very fortunate to have with us Annie Christensen Stewart. Annie operates Diamond Sea Ranch west of Ponoka with her husband and parents. And they raise purebred Limousin, Charolais, and Angus influenced cattle. They have annual bull sale every March. This year is the 25th sale. On the side of the cattle operation, they also grain farm by Big Valley, Alberta, which keeps them busy. Annie grew up going to junior shows and loves to be a volunteer, giving her time and supporting the younger beef farmers. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to thank and welcome Annie Christensen Stewart. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready for some comments on our tiny mite showmanship. Judge Annie Christensen Stewart.
Let's get a round of applause for these little tykes. They did a great job. When I'm judging showmanship, especially this age, I'm just looking for confidence. I'm looking for the ones that are smiling, looking at the judge, trying to set their calves up the best they can. I know some of them had a little bit of trouble. Some of these calves are a little bit big for them, but they're doing a really awesome job. In first and second, I have these two little boys, and they just handled them so well. They tried to set up their feet all the time. They were looking at me. They answered their questions. They knew their calves really well, but everybody here did a really, really awesome job, especially for how young you guys are. Just a really great job.
Thank you for the comments, Annie. And so in first place in tiny mite showmanship goes to entry 103, Tucker Doran. Second in class goes to 106, Maverick Hunker. And then we had third was Arlen Murray. Fourth was Jensen Jacobs. And also congratulations to Raleigh Fisher, Otto Schmidt, and Rip Howell, who are also in our tiny mite division. One more round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the tiny mites. We now move, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pee Wee showmanship and class one of two classes here. We have two splits of Pee Wee showmanship. In this first class, 107 is Jamison Hunker. 108, Elena McGowan. 109 is Alita Morrison. 110, Mallory Clough. 111 is Dalton Doran. 201, Errol Wilson. 112 is Wasey Fisher. And rounding out this first split, Finley Sorensen. The first class of two classes in Pee Wee showmanship. So we will have some Pee Wee members who advance then to our showmanship final. We will have those advancing from the two classes, moving on to our Pee Wee showmanship final. And now comments on this first split of Pee Wee showmanship. Judge Annie Christensen Stewart.
Great job, Pee-wees. You guys were very competitive. I'm with my first and second here. I'm going with these two boys. They just made sure these calves were set up right every single time. I can tell there's been lots of practice at home and just holding their heads high. Just really good job, you guys. Your ones down here, maybe you guys just didn't set them up every time right, but that's okay because you're learning and you handled your calves well and you're doing a great job. Everybody was very confident coming in here. Lots of ring awareness. Everybody's got combs in their pockets, and just keep practicing at home. The more you do it, the better you get. So good job, you guys.
Thank you, Annie. And so advancing to the Pee Wee showmanship final, advancing from this class, we have 201 Errol Wilson, 107 Jameson Hunker, and 110 Mallory Clough, all advancing to the Pee Wee showmanship final. Also, congratulations to the other showmen in the class, Alita Morrison, Dalton Doran, Elena McGowan, and Wasey Fisher. One more round of applause for the Pee Wee showmen in this class. We now welcome to the ring Split 2, the second and final split of Pee Wee showmanship. They are led in by entry 113, Emily Richards. 114 is Colt Jacobs. 115, Madeline Clough. 116 is Wynn Henderson. Show number 117, Nash Hunker. 118 is Kiefer Morrison. 200 is Amos Wilson. And 202 is Temperance Sorensen. Our second and final split of Pee Wee showmanship. Also, ladies and gentlemen, in our ring today, we would like to thank Jill Mader for providing the ring duties here. Thank you to Jill Mader. And we're also fortunate to have with us Kaylee Brandel, who is capturing some great photos that will be some tremendous keepsakes for you juniors. So thank you to Jill and Kaylee. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to share with you any time within the next 2 days that you have time to visit the building inside. The silent auction is all out. Thank you so much to all of the families and juniors who donated to the silent auction, a fundraiser for our Alberta Junior Angus Association. So take time to browse through the silent auction and see there are some tremendous things available there, and support our Angus juniors. As well, as I mentioned that, the tent that is above me with the beautiful Alberta Junior Angus Association logo on is also on the silent auction. Thank you to Aram Farms for donating that. So this is just the tent above me is one of the few great items that are on our silent auction. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready for comments on this second class of Pee Wee Showmanship. Judge Annie Christensen Stewart.
Again, a really strong class of Pee-wees. You guys did a great job. Just a few tips and things to remember. I know that there's a couple calves in here that just keep moving and they don't really want to stand, and I know that that can be frustrating, but just try to be as calm as you can and try to keep your calf calm. Just try and scratch them as much as you can when they do stand. And again, just remember, as if there's a calf that moves out of line in front of you, to move your calf up and to fill that spot and make sure that you're setting them up, and just make sure that you're aware of where your judge is if they're walking around you, so you can move to show off your calf the best that you can. And just really good job, you guys. And also another thing is, make sure, even if they're not your calves that you're showing, that you know their names and that you know a little bit about them if you're coming into the ring. But really, really awesome job, you guys.
Thank you, Annie. And so in this showmanship class, advancing to our next class, the Pee Wee Showmanship Final, advancing show number 102, Colt Jacobs, 118, Kiefer Morrison, and 115, Madeline Clough. You will return in our next class, Pee Wee Showmanship Final. Congratulations as well to our Pee Wees in this class. The other Pee Wee showmen include Nash Hunker, Wynn Henderson, Amos Wilson, Temperance Sorensen, and Emily Richards. Good job, Pee Wee showmen. We will now have 6 returning Pee Wees from the 2 splits into our champion drive of Pee Wee Showmanship. We now welcome to the ring the Pee Wee Showmanship Champion Drive. In this championship, we have 6 Pee Wees, and they include show number 107, Jamison Hunker. 110 is Mallory Clough. 201 is Errol Wilson. 102 is Colt Jacobs. 115, Madeline Clough. And show number 118, Kiefer Morrison. The 6 Pee Wees in our Showmanship Champion Drive.
a walk and he hitched for a ride. He came across a pretty girl who took him inside. And Johnny asked the pretty girl if he could take her hand. She became his wife and they bought a piece of land. Well, they raised up a family and they raised up the wood. They built their first cottage and it held like it should. Well, Johnny told the pretty girl, darling, I love you so. She looked back at Johnny and said, Johnny, boy, I know, I know. And we all shine a light, little darling. We all want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles around the sun till it's done. You're the one. Johnny went out one day with a shotgun by his side. His family, they did trust him to keep them all alive. He stumbled upon a black bear who knocked down his gun. Johnny couldn't reach it, so he fixed up to run. The bear caught up to Johnny and knocked him to the ground. Johnny thought it was a little girl, Lord, he beat that bear down. The moral of the story, if there's a woman by your side, there's nothing that a man won't do just to stay alive, stay alive. And we all shine a light, little darling. All want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles around the sun. And we all shine a light, little darling. We all want someone.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we'll have a few comments on this Pee Wee Showmanship Championship Drive. Judge Annie Christensen Stewart.
I'm really happy with this championship class of Pee Wees. You guys did a magnificent job. Let's get a round of applause for them. I kind of gave some tips already, so just make sure that you guys practice lots at home beforehand. That practice always helps. The more you practice, the better it is. Just practice setting your calves up, you know, get somebody to walk around them so you can move around and pretend that they're your judge. And another thing is when your judge is coming by, if your judge touches your calf at all, make sure that you're going to take your comb out of your pocket when the judge continues walking and that you're going to brush that spot. And just make sure that you've got their tails tucked in, their feet set up. Just make sure that you're holding their head high and that you're showing them off just the best that you possibly can. And be confident and be proud because you guys are doing amazing. With that, I'm going to go pick my reserve and then my champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, the grand champion Pee Wee Showman goes to Mr. Colt Jacobs. And your reserve champion showman,
Unless she screwed up. That's
just checking, Judge Annie, did you slap your reserve first and then your champion? Yes, yes. So your grand champion showman is show number 102, Colt Jacobs, and your reserve champion showman, 201, Errol Wilson.
sorry, Bill.
What a great group of top 6 Pee Wee showmen. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll just be a minute here, but we need to get all of our officials in place. So, over in the north ring to my left here, we will be going with senior showmanship in that ring, and adjudicating our senior showmanship will be Justine Bullock. And our junior show teams will be going in that ring, and the junior show teams will be adjudicated by Dwayne Martin and Tracy Wilms. So if we can have all those officials in place for our north ring. And in our south ring, we will be going with junior showmanship, and that showmanship will be adjudicated by Annie Christensen Stewart. And the senior show teams will be adjudicated by David Snyder and Jamie Ray Pittman. And I see they are in place.
If I'm honest, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just wandering the ruins, looking for a place to start. If I'm honest, I don't know who I am. All I see is a man who's waiting for a wake-up call. So won't you touch this heart that doesn't have a song?
We welcome into the north ring, ladies and gentlemen, our first class of senior showmanship and our first junior show team. So in this first class of senior showmanship, 165 is Paisley Robertson, 166 Maddie Ferentz, 167 is Heidi Pass, 168 Quinn Peterson, and 169 Shelton Grabler. And they are adjudicated, they will go 3 times. They are adjudicated first by the show team of Judge Stella Mader and ring person there, Abby Rancier. And the first of 3 heats for this class of senior showmanship.
Everything I have ever tried and failed to be, I wear every letdown, I show every scar, and I found that hope can only carry you so far.
And I turn your attention to the south ring, ladies and gentlemen, and we're ready there to start with our first class of junior showmanship. And they will go twice. And so in this class of junior showmanship, 119 is Carter Kamala, 120 is Hiller Gartner, 121 Tell Peterson, 122 is Macy Ferentz, 123 Sage Snyder, 124 is Piper May, and show number 125, Nash Sorensen. And adjudicating this class, the senior show team of Judge Riley Borison and his ringman, Darren Walker.
I'm all out of strength, I'm all out of luck, and what's in my hands never is enough.
And once again in our north ring, adjudicating the senior showmanship, we have today, we're very fortunate to have Justine Bullock adjudicating the senior showmanship, and judging the junior show teams over there. Thank you to Dwayne Martin and Tracy Wilms. And in our south ring, once again adjudicating that junior showmanship, Annie Christensen Stewart, and adjudicating the senior show teams, David Snyder and Jamie Ray Pittman. Thank you to all of those officials. Turn your attention to the north ring, ladies and gentlemen, and we're ready for comments from Judge Stella Mater.
I would just like to start off by thanking the Bashaw Egg Society for hosting the show, and a big thanks to all the organizers and sponsors that make it happen year after year. I start off the class with the big, powerful black heifer. She has lots of depth of rib and overall lots of mass and capacity. When you get her out on the move, she is very athletic. Moving on to our second place heifer, she has lots of length of spine. I would just like to clean her up in the brisket a little bit, and she does break in her top, but she's a very cowy type female. I move on to the third place heifer. I find that she just gets a little outpowered by the top two females. She does break in her top a little, but she still is very fresh and fancy throughout her front end. Moving on to the fourth place heifer, you still have to appreciate this heifer for how much depth of rib she has and spring of rib, but she is the youngest in the class, but still a very nice heifer. I round out the class with the cow. I would just like to see her have a little bit more milk in her udder, and she does seem to round in her loin a little bit, but I'm sure she is doing a very good job on her calf, and she moves very well. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, turn your attention to the south ring, and we're ready at this time for comments from Judge Riley Borison.
I'd just like to start off by thanking the Bashaw Egg Society and everybody involved for giving me the opportunity to come out here and judge this class of heifers today. We got a variety of ages and everything in this class of females, but I'm going to lead it off with this Red Angus cow. I think she's the most functional female in this class. She gets out on that move real well. She's really good footed, really feminine. Really like the way she ties that head and neck into that front shoulder. She's big bodied, wide topped, and really nice uddered. Just one that comes to the top for me today. I'm going to follow her with this black calf. Calf that you really like for her style. Really like how smooth neck she is, really nice headed. Get this calf in motion. She hits her stride really nicely. Just a calf that I think once she matures, she's going to be a really nice female. I followed her in third with Red Bread. One you really got to like for the amount of power, the amount of body she has. Just one I'd like to see get out and move a little bit better. She's a little short strided. But one female that you really got to like for the amount of mass and capacity that she has. Followed her with the black calf. One that you really got to like for how big-bodied she is. How wide she is over that top. One that's you got to love for her power. I just like to extend her into that head and neck area a little bit, smooth her out through that front shoulder, but a calf that you're really going to like when she gets production. Followed her with another calf. One you really got to like for how functional she is, how well she moves. She just gets overpowered here for me today, but one that's going to be a really nice bred. And then I have the black bred following her. One that's a little bit fresher. One you'd like to stouten up a little bit, but you really got to appreciate how functional she is, how smooth neck she is, and really nice headed. And we're going to round out this class with the red broccoli face female. A heifer that gets out, moves really well. She just gets overpowered here for me today. One you'd like to stouten up and add a little bit more middle third. Thank you.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Judge Riley Borison and his ringman, Darren Walker. Turn your attention to the north ring, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome back again the senior showman, 165, Paisley Robertson, 166, Maddie Ference, 167, Heidi Pass, 168, Quinn Peterson, and 169, Shelton Grabler. Adjudicating this class, we welcome Judge Reed Howell and his ringman, Dryden Robertson. Just for your information, ladies and gentlemen, throughout the day, you'll notice right now in our south ring, we're holding the class. Throughout the day, we'll have to do that some, as some of our Angus juniors are showing and also adjudicating, so we need to hold some classes to give those Angus juniors all an opportunity and have time to make it work for them. So throughout the day here, we will at times be holding one ring or the other just for a brief period so we can juggle all of our Angus juniors around. Turn your attention, ladies and gentlemen, to the north ring, and we're now ready for comments from Judge Reed Howell.
Well, first off, I'd just like to thank the Bashaw Egg Society for having me and my partner Dryden out today. It's truly an honor. To start off this class, I've got this really deep, broody female. She's got lots of mass. She's really deep. I really like her up through that front 1/3. I really think this this heifer is going to carry on to be a great cow prospect down the road. This red heifer is kind of the problem heifer in this class out on the move. She kind of breaks up, but yet on that side profile, I really like her in terms of that front 1/3. I would like to deepen her up a bit and clean her up in that teat placement. This black heifer calf in 3rd here, it's just a bit difficult to match her up to these yearling heifers today, but yet I feel like this heifer calf is going to go on to be a great mother cow in the future. I feel like this heifer calf's carrying a lot of mass today. I'd just like to clean her up in that front end, but yet overall great calf today. This red heifer in 4th here, I would just like to put a little more condition on her, but overall great heifer. I feel like she's going to go on to be a great cow down the road. This cow that rounds out my class today, it's just a bit difficult to match her up to the yearlings and calf I have, but yet overall great cow. I'd just like to deepen her up a bit, but yet overall great cow, great udder on her, and very nice up and through that front 3rd. I would just like to thank the Bashaw Egg Society once again for having me and my partner Dryden out today. Thank you.
Thank you to Judge Reed Howell and his ringman Dryden Robertson. And those senior showmen will return for our 3rd and final heat in the next class. We now welcome to the North Ring Judge Liam Richards and his ring person Bristol Saylor. And we welcome back for their third and final heat of senior showmanship. Show number 165, Paisley Robertson. 166 is Maddie Ference. 167, Heidi Pass. 168, Quinn Peterson. And 169, Shelton Grabler. The senior showmen in for their third and final heat of senior showmanship. We now welcome to the South Ring Judge Kate Albrecht and her ring person Callista Chesser. And we will welcome back for their second and final heat of junior showmanship. First up, show number 119, Carter Kamala. 120 is Hiller Gartner. 121 is Tell Peterson. 122, Macy Ference. 123, Sage Snyder. 124 is Piper May. And 125 is Nash Sorensen. The junior showmen in for their second and final heat of junior showmanship. Turn your attention to the north ring, ladies and gentlemen, and we're ready for comments from Judge Liam Richards.
Before I begin this class today, I'd first like to thank the Bashaw Egg Society and all the sponsors for being able to make this show happen and for having me and my ringman partner Bristol out here today. I start this class off with this really nice black heifer. She got lots of depth. She can really have lots of depth to her and really wide over the back. And I think she comes together really nicely as she moves along the ring. In second place, I have this red heifer. Maybe she doesn't have as much size to her, but I still really like her for her length of body and how wide she is when you go in from the back end. In third place, I have this really nice red heifer calf. Maybe she's just she's just a younger one in this class, but I still really like how much depth she has and how she moves along and along the ring and how good her tracking is. And fourth, I have this black heifer calf. She might not be as big as the heifer calf in front of her, but I still think she's one of the better animals in this ring for how lengthy she is and how much depth and width she has from her front end to the back. In fifth place, we have this red cow. Maybe she's just one of the older ones or just by herself in this class. But I still think she's really nice in her teat placement and how she moves along the ring.
Put your hands together for Judge Liam Richards and his ringman, Bristol Sailor. Advancing in senior showmanship to our semi-final. Advancing in showmanship, 165, Paisley Robertson, 166, Maddie Ference, and 167, Heidi Pass. Advancing in senior showmanship, Paisley Robertson, Maddie Ference, and Heidi Pass. Ladies and gentlemen, we now welcome to the North Ring Judge Joss Pittman and her ring person, London Matthews. And we welcome in Class 2 of Senior Showmanship. They're led in by 170, Dayton Wilson. 171 is Logan Brook. 172, Darren Walker. 173, Sadie Howell. And 174, Cade Rancier. They are in for their first of 3 heats of senior showmanship. Ladies and gentlemen, turn your attention to the south ring. We're now ready for comments from Judge Kate Ulbrich.
I'd first like to start off today by thanking the Bashaw Egg Society for the use of their facility, as well as the Alberta Junior Angus Association for putting together this wonderful show for us. We're going to start this class off of females today with this 2-year-old female. I really appreciate her for the fresh condition that she comes in, but also being sound in her udder structure. She gets out on the move and travels well. She's got a sound foot under her, and I think she'll continue to be a great producer for this young man. The female that falls below her in class today is one that's very comparable in terms of her style and her makeup, just lacks a little bit of that mature presence that the female above her has. However, you do have to appreciate how smooth and feminine she is in through that front 1/4, as well as the set that she has into her pasterns, especially when she gets out on the move. The January calf that falls in 3rd today is one that's definitely the most powerful and capacious in class. I just like the maturity of the other 2 females above them. I really appreciate this female for how the length of spine that she has, as well as the capacity, while maintaining her functionality. I just like to see her be a little bit more mature to be placed any higher. The female that falls in 4th today is one that you do have to appreciate for how sound of condition that she comes in for this young man today. She's got an exceptional fore-udder to her, good underline, and when you get in behind her, you have to analyze the width that this female has. I just like to see her be a little bit more refined in through that front 1/4 and accentuating her femininity to be placed any higher. The January calf that falls below her in class today is one that you have to appreciate for the show style and presence that she brings. I just like to see her be a little bit more refined and smooth in her structure. Strengthen her up and throughout her back, and give her a softer set in throughout her pasterns when she gets out on the move. The young man's January calf that falls below her is one I'd just like to see have a little bit more power and presence for her age. You have to appreciate how sound this female is in terms of her structure. She has probably one of the best foot under her in class and good udder structure coming in. I'd just like to see her have a little bit more capacity and muscle definition to be placed any higher. And the young lady's heifer that rounds out the class is one that you have to appreciate in terms of her femininity and her length of spine. I just like to see this female be a bit more refined, give her a bit more femininity, as well as drop her in throughout that flank to accentuate the depth of her underline and clean her up in her navel a bit. Overall, an exceptional class for these juniors today. Thank you.
Big thank you to Judge Kate Ulbrich and Ringman Callista Chesser. Advancing in junior showmanship from that class, advancing to our junior showmanship final. Show number 120, Hiller Gartner, and 121, Tell Peterson. Advancing in junior showmanship, Hiller Gartner and Tell Peterson. I turn your attention now to the north ring, ladies and gentlemen, and we're ready there for comments from Judge Josh Pittman.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be out here and judge this class of females. Before I start, I would like to thank the Alberta Junior Angus Association for hosting this event. I start the class off with the black female. She's one that's super feminine and attractive. She's wide enough when you get behind her. I think she has enough muscle in terms of her hip. She's a big stifle kind of female that's nice over her top. She's deep-bodied and has enough natural shape in terms of her forerib. And she's a female that's really attractive and stunning in terms of that front end. That's a female that can still get out and go really comfortably and relaxed on the move. That's a really good way to lead off the class. I move into a really powerful black heifer calf next, and she's one that's real wide base. She's got a lot of round muscle in terms of that hip. She's got a lot of turn to that stifle, and she is big topped. She's deep bodied. She's a female that gets out and goes really good. I think she's really flexible and relaxed when she gets out on the move. She's one that's maybe just not quite as attractive in terms of that front end as the female that leads off the class. But that's a really good, powerful, big bone type of female there in second. I move into the black cow next. She's one that's really big framed. I think she's level topped. I think she's a female that's super deep bodied. She's got a lot of natural shape to her center rib, and she's one that's real good uddered. She's a female that's lacking a little bit of muscle. I think she's a little narrower when you get behind her. I'd like to see her have a little bit more shape to her hip. She's a female that gets a little bit out of her frame when you get her out in motion. But that's a really good, deep-bodied, big frame type of female there in third. I move into the black blaze face heifer next, and I think she's one that cuts a really nice silhouette. She's one that's striking and attractive in terms of that front end. I think she is level-topped and real deep-bodied. She's a female that has some trouble when we get her out on the move. I think she gets out of her frame a little too much for me today. She's one that could use a little bit more shape in terms of that stifle, but that's a really good, really striking female there in fourth. I can conclude the class with the red female, and she's one that is real deep-bodied. She's really shapy in terms of her hip. She's got a lot of shape to that stifle. She's a female that gets a little bit moderate for me today. You'd like to clean her up in terms of that front end. And she's a female that gets a little short-strided when we get her out on the move today. But overall, a really nice class. Thank you.
Thank you to Judge Joss Pittman and her ringman, London Matthews. And those senior showmen will return for another class. We now welcome to our south ring Judge Heidi McFadden and her ringmen, Faith Collins and Maddie Ferentz. And we welcome in for their first of 2 heats of junior showmanship. The junior showman, show number 126, is Wyatt Saylor. 127, G.W. Murray. 128 is Ainsley Van Sickle. 129, Sydney Van Sickle. And 130 is Riley Kamala. 131 is Gracie Borison. And show number 132, Greeley Robertson. The first of 2 classes of junior showmanship for those junior showmen. We now welcome to the north ring Judge Wynn Pittman and her ringman Sophie Pass. And we bring back the class of senior showmanship for their second of 3 heats. 170 is showman Dayton Wilson. 171, Logan Brook. 172 is Darren Walker. 173, Sadie Howell. And 174, Cade Rancier.
heart. Just turn your record in and play this song. 'Cause to me our love is like an old-fashioned finest whiskey poured out in our glasses. You are something sweet. Sip you slow, then repeat.
Turn your attention, ladies and gentlemen, to the south ring, and we're now ready for comments from Judge Heidi McFadden.
I'd like to start off by thanking the Alberta Angus Junior Association for putting on such a great show. I'd also like to give a shout out to my ringman here today. Without them helping run this show so smoothly, I wouldn't be able to do it. I start off this class with a female that I think comes to the top quite easily. When we look at her, she's just so balanced through that side. And when we get behind her, she just has so much to offer in terms of overall capacity. So massive in the turned rubber body, and still so good when we get her out on the move for us today. Such a show presence in terms of her femininity and through that front end. What a great place to start off. Great job showing her. We come out with this heifer that we have come out second. Man, she's an attractive female from the side profile. I think she just maybe gets a little outpowered today than the female coming ahead of her. I think when we get her out on the move, she's a little short in that stride. But she hits us with such presence from the side profile. Great heifer that we have coming out in second here. This third place heifer we have coming out, she might not be the most attractive heifer in this group, but I think when we start to analyze her in terms from the ground up, she is made correctly and through that, so level and through that hip, so strong and through that top, and just has so much balance from the side coming out in the third. Our fourth heifer that we have coming out, she offers so much in terms of overall capacity. And when we start to analyze her, I think she just is a little rougher in terms of her make. I'd like to clean her up and through that brisket just a touch. But great heifer that this young man has brought us for us today. This heifer that we have coming out next, I think has a lot to offer in terms of overall performance. A heifer that just has so much to offer in terms of her forerib. And we get in behind her. She's a total powerhouse, total package. She just gets a little straighter and through that shoulder for me. And I think that starts to hurt her when we get her out on the move a little bit. She gets a little short-strided, but a great heifer that we have coming out next. This next heifer, I quite like her quite a bit. She's maybe a little lighter in this class. But she's made quite nicely when we get her out on the move. She moves around the ring quite adequately, and she's quite attractive from the side. For me, I think if I just like to give her a little more spring to her rib, and I think she'd get quite higher in this class. Rounding off this class today with a female that maybe just gives up a little overall power and ring presence into that front end for me today. But a great female to round off this class. Give a round of applause to these exhibitors that have brought out such great cattle for us today.
And how about a round of applause for Judge Heidi McFadden and ringman Maddie Ference and Faith Collins. And those junior showmen will return for a second heat of junior showmanship. And so in our south ring, we welcome to that ring Judge Quentin Albrecht and his ring person, Maria Tazchuk. And we'll bring back those junior showmen for their second and final heat. And so we welcome to the South Ring the junior showmanship class, led off by 126, Wyatt Saylor. 127 is G.W. Murray, 128 is Ainsley Van Sickle. 129, Sydney Van Sickle. And 130 is Riley Kamala. 131, Gracie Borison. And 132, Greeley Robertson. This will be their second and final heat of junior showmanship. Once again, we welcome in Judge Quentin Albrecht and his ringman, Maria Tazchuk. Turn your attention to the north ring, ladies and gentlemen, and we're ready there for comments from Judge Wynn Pittman.
First of all, I'd like to thank the Alberta Junior Angus Association for having me out here today, me and my partner. This was a wonderful class of heifers, and I'm happy, and I'm glad I got to judge them. In first place is the young man with the heifer. I think this heifer is one of the most attractive females out here. When she's up, she's clean throughout her front end. When you get down into her middle, she's got a deep belly and has a lot of muscle expression. When you get down to the back, she's big hipped. And when she gets out on the move, she hits her stride very nice. Overall, I think this is a very complete female. In second place, we have the heifer calf. I think this heifer calf is a very complete heifer calf. There's maybe a couple things I'd change about her. She's deep-bellied. When she gets out on the move, she moves nicely. I'd maybe just like to give her a little more hip and clean her up in the front, but overall, I think when this heifer calf grows up, she'll make a great cow. In third place, we have this Simmental heifer. I think you gotta appreciate this heifer for how deep-bellied she is. She's got a big hip. when she gets out on the move, she maybe just isn't the cleanest moving, and you'd maybe like to give her a little more stride. And I'd maybe just like to clean her up in the front end. But overall, I think this was a wonderful heifer. In fourth place, we have the young lady with the black heifer. I think this cow is a great cow. She's very attractive. I'd maybe just like to give her a little more muscle and a little more hip. But overall, she's got a deep bellied and clean fronted. And I'd maybe like to give her a little more stride to her. But overall, a very complete cow. In last place, we have the red Angus. I just don't think this red Angus came out on top for me today. I think she's just a little small, and you'd maybe like to give her a little more muscle expression. Although I will say she's got a nice deep belly. But overall, that's how I place my class. Thank you.
Put your hands together for Judge Wynn Pittman and her ringman, Sophie Pass. Those senior showmen will exit the ring and return for their third and final heat of senior showmanship.
Don't you know, girl, what you mean to me? Pull apart my ribs and plant your heart inside my chest. I'll do the rest. Show you what it means to believe. Feel it in your heart, it'll burn like the sun. You'll see me.
We now welcome to the North Ring Judge Joni Page, and her ring person is Peyton Verbrant.
If I don't have love, then what will I be?
And we welcome back to that North Ring the senior showman, 170 Dayton Wilson, 171 Logan Brook, 172 Darren Walker, 173 Sadie Howell, and 174 Cade Rancier. And now, ladies and gentlemen, turn your attention to the South Ring, and we're ready there for some comments from Judge Quentin Albrecht.
Well, thank you, Bill. I would like to start off by thanking the Alberta Junior Angus Association for having my partner and I out to look through these fine cattle today, in addition to all the wonderful sponsors who made this glorious event possible. Please join me in giving them a round of applause. We led off the class today with a heifer that really ties it all together for me. I really appreciate this young man's female for how elegant she is in through that front 1/3, and then she continues that presence by tying it back into a rather robust hip construction and a desirable hip construction. I think she is very wide in through her hook and pin set, and she is a very long spine female who has the makings of a wonderful fore-udder attachment, and I can see this female having a very high udder volume, and I would really be excited to see her when she has her first calf on her. If I could change her just one minor thing, I would just like to strengthen her up over that top a little bit, but I know some of these longer females tend to get a little more action in the back in terms of how swooped it is. However, still a very attractive female that puts together a lot of what I look for in an animal. Down into second, we have something that might be a little unorthodox. It's not often you see a calf coming out of class in a powerful powerful exhibitive females like this. However, I think that this female has the makings of a really tremendous heifer and cow. I really appreciate how the presence she has. She is so broody, and I think she is rather robust in her hip construction and extremely dimensional in through her hips, and exhibits at a young age copious amounts of muscle that I feel will accelerate her into being a top production cow for this young lady. A very impressive heifer calf, and one that I'm proud to place second today. Coming down into third, we have a rather impressive red Angus female here. She has nothing but presence in the ring. She is super feminine and extremely broad across her loin, and one that immediately catches your eye when she walks in the ring. However, I had to bump her down to third today because she is a little bit short in that stride when she gets out on the move, and I think she might be a little bit fine in that bone structure. However, an extremely impressive female that will catch your eye every single time. Coming down into the fourth, we have a female here from a young man who I think seconds the notion of presence in the show ring following that young girl there. A very impressive female who is, again, feminine and elegant in through that 1/3 and extremely broad across her loin. I do think she might be a bit more moderate, but that's okay because she is built well and all her features are adjusted to that size. She found the fourth hole today just because she shortened up in that stride a little bit. However, I know that some of these females here at the show might be walking on some hard ground that they're not used to, so I will grant him that that could be a reason for that, but I just have to go off what I see today. Nevertheless, an impressive female with this young man here. Coming down into fifth place, we have a female who's very honest. I really think that this female, she has nothing to hide. What you see is what you get, and I really like that in a female. She is, for her size and condition, very feminine in through her front 1/3, and I think she is extremely deep in through her rib, and she has the makings of a cow that's going to raise you those Grand Champion 4-H steers and those heifers that you're going to want to retain in your herd. I quite appreciate the bone structure and how the density is proportional to the condition and the structure of the rest of her body. A very deep-ribbed female that this young man should be extremely proud of. Coming down into the bottom two animals in the class, we round off this exceptional class with a pair of females that you really could have gone either way on. They're both really nice and pleasing to the eye. I think this young girl's done an awesome job in keeping up the hair on her heifer here. She's a bit more moderate, and I really appreciate the strong underline on that heifer. Very consistent from Harkirth all the way to flank. A really great female that goes ahead of this young man here who has a female that might not be as cohesively constructed as the others in the class, but nevertheless, a great set of two females to round off an exceptional class. Once again, thank you very much to the Alberta Junior Angus Association and our wonderful and appreciated sponsors for having my partner and I out to comb through these cattle here today. Thank you.
Put your hands together for Judge Quentin Albrecht and his ringman, Maria Tazchuk. And in that junior showmanship heat, first of all, we'd like to give an honorable mention, not advancing, but an honorable mention to 126 Wyatt Saylor. Honorable mention. Advancing to the junior showmanship final, 127 G.W. Murray and 132 Greeley Robertson. So advancing in junior showmanship, G.W. Murray and Greeley Robertson, with an honorable mention to Wyatt Saylor. We now welcome to the South Ring Judge Kylie Wilms and ringman Owen Wilms. And we welcome in the junior showmen for their first of two heats. 133 is Callan Gartner. 134, Michael Richards. 135 is Wynn Pittman. 136, Tennessee Snyder. 137 is Hayden Kamala. And 138, Bristol Saylor. Turn your attention, ladies and gentlemen, to the north ring, and we're ready there for comments from Judge Joni Page.
All right. First off, I'd like to thank the AJAA for giving me the chance to judge this class of heifers today, and thanks to all the sponsors and the committee for setting this all up. I'd like to start this class with the young man with the black heifer. This heifer I find is very deep in rib. She ties herself together and her body flows very nice together. She's very feminine in her front quarters, and she walks very elegantly. And when she walks around in the ring, this heifer demands attention. The heifer the cow I've placed in second. This cow is she ties herself together well. She's very deep, and her spring of rib is very nice for being a first calver. And I find she's very feminine yet still muscled. The baldy heifer we have in third she's not as long as I would like her, but she's very deep and she has a very good spring of rib, and she ties into herself really well, and she flows. She has a very good stride. Our heifer here in fourth, the heifer calf we have here in fourth, is a very deep calf with an exemplary spring of rib, who is also very muscled, yet she keeps her femininity, and she has a very smooth stride. The heifer that rounds off our class is more of a masculine heifer than she is feminine, and she's not as long as I would like her, but she's still a very beautiful heifer, and she's very nice and deep, but she just is hard to compete with the heifers above her.
Put your hands together for Judge Joni Page and her ringman, Peyton Verbonik. And in that senior showmanship class, advancing to the semifinal, our next class over here in the north ring, advancing in senior showmanship, 172, Darren Walker, 173, Sadie Howell, and 174, Cade Rancier. Advancing in senior showmanship, Darren Walker, Sadie Howell, and Cade Rancier. Turn your attention now to the south ring and comments from our judge, Kylie Wilms.
Well, first and foremost, I would like to thank the Alberta Junior Angus Association for getting this event together. I know how much work those juniors do in getting an event like this prepared, so thank you guys so much. As well, thanks to the Bashaw Ag Society for hosting this event. This is by far my favorite show of the year, and I love these grounds just so much, and I think there's so many memories made here. I start this class of females off with the really attractive red heifer. This is a heifer that I think in terms of balance and in terms of correctness, she puts it all together. She's really attractive through that front 1/3. I think she has enough length and enough substance to her. A heifer that I would like to make a little bit more sound on those hind wheels when she gets around the ring. She does not stride out quite as smoothly as I'd like to see, but a heifer that I think just is kind of a very complete package, and you really got to admire that profile on her. Black female that comes second is a heifer with not a lot of holes in her either. She's super long spine. She's a tanky female, one that I would just like to see a little bit more attractive through that front 1/3. I think she gets a touch more leather through that throat and that brisket, but a female that I think is super sound. I love her on the ground, and I think she gets around this ring really smoothly. Black heifer calf that comes next is definitely the broodiest and tankiest in the class today. A heifer calf that's just got so much power, and she's got so much shape when you analyze her from behind. Just a heifer that I think falls apart a bit in terms of femininity. I'd like to see this heifer just look a little bit prettier through that front 1/3, and a heifer that I'd like to smooth out through that navel. I think a heifer calf that's got a lot of brood cow potential. Red heifer that comes next is one, when you look at her from behind, I love that power, and I think she's wide over that top. Just a heifer that I think gets a little bit coarser made, one that I'd like to soften through that forerib and through that middle center, and I'd like to just tidy up through that front 1/3, but a heifer that I think is going to be a pretty powerful cow come production time. Red heifer, it comes next, is a fancier, more feminine heifer that's probably the longest spined individual in the class. Just a heifer that I think gets a little bit tighter in that heart and a little bit harder in her overall design and kind. Just a heifer I'd like to soften just in her overall makeup to compete with the heifers ahead of her. Really tanky individual that rounds off the class. Just a heifer that I'd like to smooth out in her lines. I find that she gets a little bit sloppier in her navel and her front 1/3, but one that's got so much power and so much presence to her. Just one I'd like to, again, make a little bit fancier to compete with those top heifers. Thank you.
Put your hands together for Judge Kylie Wilms and ringman Owen Wilms. And those junior showmen will exit the ring and return immediately for their second and final heat. We will hold the north ring just for a second because our senior semi-final number 1 will be next up over there, but one of those senior members in that semi-final will be adjudicating next in our ring over here. And so we welcome to the South Show ring Judge Reese Wildman and ringman Heidi Pass. And we now welcome into the South Ring for their second and final heat of junior showmanship. Show number 133, Callan Gartner. 134, Michael Richards. 135, Wynn Pittman. 136, Tennessee Snyder. 137, Hayden Kamala. And 138, Bristol Sailor. The junior showmen in Class 3 for their second and final heat. Turn your attention to the south ring, ladies and gentlemen, and comments from Judge Reese Wildman.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's always a pleasure to get to hop on the mic in this gorgeous grass ring at Bashaw. So before I start talking about these females, I'd just like to take some time and thank the people who make this show happen, like the Alberta Junior Angus board, along with the sponsors and Bashaw Egg Society for hosting this awesome event so we juniors get to come here, show our cattle, and do what we love to do. I think it's a really interesting class top to bottom because there's so many differences, but I think the young lady's red calf just does it for me. Her profile is absolutely her best look. She's so up-headed and ties so good out of the top side of her neck, swing to the back, and she still is so expressive up top and leads down to an incredible barrel. She's so capacious, and still, when that young lady parades her around the ring, she's functional and good on the move. For an April calf, I think that's a really, really good place to start. Now, it's always difficult when you bring a calf into a ring of heifers, but I think just judging straight off quality, she finds herself in second pretty handily. Swing to the back of her, and I love the shape that she has over top and still comes off the ground with so much substance and width. It's just in comparison, I'd like to make her a little bit more refined out of the top side of her neck. Furthermore, she does want to throw her hock ever so slightly when we ask her to go, but still, that's a really good heifer calf. Really excited for the future on that one. Red heifer comes into third, and she's fancy and refined up top, and I like how clean she is through the front portion of her body, and furthermore, her hip structure is so wide and good looking when you get in behind her. It's just in comparison to the top two females, I like her to come a little softer to the center portion of her body and just have a little bit more depth and come through her heart to be more competitive with those top two. Black heifer that comes into the fourth place spot just gets a little round out of her hip, gets a little straight shouldered, and doesn't want to come as clean in her piece as the heifers that progress her, but in her own right. Still, plenty of shape up top, and actually sets down on a pretty impressive hip and hind leg as she motors really well when we ask her to go, and hits those tracks like I like to see. Really good foot underneath of them. I still think that's a pretty cool prospect for this young lady on the heifer. Red heifer comes in next, and she actually has class-winning advantages as she's so good to the swoop to her forerib and how she comes in through her underline. It's just when we study her at the ground, she does want to come a little bit narrower in the way that she's designed. Furthermore, she wants to wedge a little bit in her design from the profile and gets a little bold-shouldered, so I just like to tweak those few things. But still, to have a heifer like this in the bottom of the class is just a testament of the quality that these kids are bringing out. Black heifer that rounds off the class, she's incredibly deep-bodied and incredibly soft through the center portion of her body. Just for me, it's a structural call. She gets a little shallow-heeled, has a little bit too much flex to her leg, and gets a little tight-hearted and cuts up in her flank, throwing off her balance. But still, I really like the frozen deer heifer's body type. I'm excited. That'd be a really good, cool cow prospect for this young man. Top to bottom, though, a really impressive class of females. Congrats to the kids in the ring.
Put your hands together for Judge Reese Wildman and ring person Heidi Pass. And advancing to the junior showmanship final from this class, advancing in showmanship, 133 Callan Gartner and 137 Hayden Kamala. Advancing in junior showmanship, Callan Gartner and Hayden Kamala. We now welcome to the South Ring, Judge Luke Brook and ringman Logan Brook. And we welcome in Class 4 of Junior Showmanship. They're led in by 139, Sophie Pass. 140 is Myra Murray. 141, Joni Page. 142, Liam Richards. 143, Hawken Mater. 144, Cordell Morrison, and 145, Gina Sobkow. Turn your attention to the North Ring, and we welcome to the ring there Judge Peyton Hagel and ringman Maddie McNeil. And we bring in our first senior semifinal in showmanship, led in by 165 Paisley Robertson, 166 is Maddie Ference, 167 Heidi Pass, and 172 Darren Walker, 173 Sadie Howell, and 174 Cade Rancier. This senior semifinal of showmanship will only go one time. Once again, under the adjudication of Judge Peyton Hagel and ring person Maddie McNeil. Angus Juniors will be moving into grooming competition here later today, and we still need some grooming shoots. So if anyone has a grooming shoot that we could use for the grooming competition, if we could please have you bring grooming shoots over to the grooming area. Turn your attention to the south ring, ladies and gentlemen, and comments from Judge Luke Brook.
Well, it's an honor to be out here, and I'd like to thank the Alberta Junior Angus Association for having me out here to judge these animals today. This was definitely a difficult class to judge just because of the difference with all the animals in size and in, I guess, gender in one of ours. But I started this class off here with the black animal, one that was just clean in the underbody. She's very full. Her conformation's good. She's starting to turn into that nice show animal we like to see, clean along the top line, really filled out in her hind quarter. Just an overall best animal that I'd like to put over here in the top of the class today to start the class off. The animal I had here in second. Now, when you first saw her in, you could see that she's a little bit smaller in her frame and a little bit smaller in her conformation. But when you start talking to the girl, she is an April animal that actually presents herself very well in this class of Januaries. And with a very full underbody, a good udder suspension coming in, lots of cleavage in her, and filled in with the back corner. Just a good animal to have, I think, in a herd and for an April animal, coming along very well for her second place. The animal I put here, a nice animal for having around. She's good, deep depth in her rib. She's got a good, clean underline. Her navel's starting to show a little bit, but that's all right. Clean in her top line. But just starting to get a little bit sluggish in her foot placement, starting to drag her feet a bit, and that's why I placed her where I have today. Now, this bull calf here was a little bit of an interesting calf to place. He's very full in his hind quarter. He's got a lot of spring of rib, very full. And he's thick in his hock, thick in his legs. He walks well. And I think it was just a good place to put him here in this class. I could not progress him higher because it is a heifer class, but I do grant he's a very nice animal. The animal I have put here behind the bull calf, she's a very pretty animal. I love her. She's got depth of rib. She's got that nice width from her hooks to her pins, clean in her tail head. Not much for fat production yet, which is good to have in a calf. And just a clean underbody, which does a little bit better than the animals below her. Now, the animal I've placed here, she's a nice animal, clean in her top line as every other one. She's coming along well with her udder development, but gets a little bit sluggish in her steps, and her navel's starting to poke out a bit. Just something that I'd like to clean her up on her underline, start to clean her up on her top line, maybe try and get a couple of those bumps out, but otherwise a very nice heifer. Now, the heifer I finished the class off with today, she's a very nice one. I love her conformation. She's very showy. When she's standing there, she's a very filled out animal with a lot of spring of rib, a lot of depth of body that turns out to be a nice heifer. But once you get her up on the move, like all females are supposed to be pasture animals in the end, and you can see that when she's walking around, just starts to drag her feet a bit, doesn't quite meet the perfect feet placement that I'd like to see in a heifer. And for that reason, that's why I finished you off in the class today. Thank you.
Put your hands together for Judge Luke Brook and his ringman Logan Brook. And those junior showmen will exit the ring and return for one more heat in their junior showmanship. Turn your attention, ladies and gentlemen, to the north ring, and we're ready now for comments from Judge Peyton Hagel.
First, I want to say thank you to the Alberta Junior Angus Association for putting on such a great show and having me and Maddie out to judge in ringless class. We start off this class with a pair of heifers that are very similar in type. They've got a lot of mass, a lot of body. They're stout. They're feminine. These two could go either way. The heifer in second, maybe it's just a bit softer in her top than the heifer leading off this class, but a very good couple heifers. The heifer in third, she basically just gets outpowered by these top two today, but you really like how fancy she is. Maybe you'd like to add a bit more shape through that hind end, but overall a female that's going to produce very well in the future. Next you have this beautiful, big, stout cow who's already gone out and proved herself. You'd want maybe a bit more shape and more muscling in her hind end, but a cow that's super soft and just very well made. These two heifers rounding out this class, I really like both for their shape and their kind. The heifer rounding out this class, just a very much more smaller framed heifer, but a female with a lot of presence, and you really like just her overall kind. Once again, I'd like to thank the Alberta Junior Angus Association for having me and Maddie out to judge and ring this class, and I hope everyone has a good day.
Put your hands together for Judge Peyton Hagel and ring person Maddie McNeil. And advancing to the senior showmanship final from that semifinal, advancing to the senior showmanship final, 165 Paisley Robertson, 172 Darren Walker, and 173 Sadie Howell. So the three seniors who advanced to the senior showmanship final are Paisley Robertson, Darren Walker, and Sadie Howell. Turn your attention to the south ring, and we welcome to that ring Judge Shelton Grabler and ringman Dayton Wilson. And we welcome back Class 4 of Junior Showmanship for their second and final heat. 139 is Sophie Pass. 140, Myra Murray. 141 is Joni Page. 142, Liam Richards. 143, Hawken Mader. 144, Cordell Morrison. And 145, Gina Sobkow. In for their second and final heat of Junior Showmanship. We now welcome to the north ring Judge Daniel Pearson and his ringman Trig Peterson, and the senior showman in this class in their first of three heats. We have 176 Landon Brandel, 178 Casey Adams, 179 Kate Ulbrich, and 180 Owen Wilms. Turn your attention, ladies and gentlemen, to the south ring. Comments from Judge Shelton Grabler.
Well, before we get out here today, I'd just like to thank the Alberta Junior Angus Association for having me and my partner date out here. We start this class off with this really trendy, really flexible, long-bodied, made black female here. She's cool on her profile, and you really have to admire from all angles. We move into this stout-made, powerful bull calf here. He's really flexible on the move. You gotta admire his amount of development for this age of this calf. He just maybe wants a toe out in his front too, for me to say. Strong calf nonetheless. And we move into a black female. She just maybe wants to get a touch plain for me here today. I'd just like to balance her out, soften her up in her flank, but she's really flexible and stylish on the move. One you really got to appreciate. We move down into this red female. She's cool on the profile. She's broody. She's powerful. I just like to see her touch sounder and her ankle movement when she gets out there in the move. Ooh. We go into this black-made female, probably the longest-bodied female in the class. Maybe not the most feminine, but one that's going to make a great cow prospect down the road. And it's just going to touch out powered here in this class here today. The one you really have to admire for over amount of power. We move into this red female here. She's just touch plain, and like to smoothen her up and how she flows from her shoulders into the rest of her body. Add a touch more power, and she just wants to step outside of herself here today. And we round out the class with this big, powerful black effer. She's broody. She's powerful. I just like to see her stride out a touch more, and she just wants to get a little bit restricted. Thank you, though. Really strong class.
Put your hands together for Judge Shelton Grabler and his ringman, Dayton Wilson. Advancing from this Class 4 in junior showmanship to the final, advancing 140, Myra Murray, and 144, Cordell Morrison. Advancing in junior showmanship, Myra Murray and Cordell Morrison. Turn your attention, ladies and gentlemen, to the north ring, and we're ready now for comments from Judge Daniel Pearson.
I think we got an extremely impressive class of females out here. I'm going to lead off with the big broody female. One we really have to appreciate in terms of her depth, as well as that overall structural correctness that she carries with her. You also have to appreciate how straight she is over that top and how big she is when you get behind her. Moving down the line to this middle pair, I think we can flip them either way. I'm going to lead off with the young man's heifer. We really have to appreciate her in terms of her overall depth and that overall length of spine that she gives to us. I think if we were to critique anything about this female, I think we'd like to extend her up front a little bit and maybe just give her a bit more femininity. The individual coming in third place, I think we still have to appreciate in terms of her femininity and that overall stout-made look that she has with her. I just don't think she has the overall dimension to compete with the top two females today. The female rounding out the class, the 3-year-old cow, we really have to appreciate her in terms of her herdy looks as well as that udder quality. But I think a female that just has to round out the class for me today in terms of her not having the overall condition nor the depth to compete with the top 3 females. And before me and my ring person Trig leave today, we'd really like to extend our gratitude to the Alberta Junior Angus Association and the Bashaw Egg Society. Thank you.
Thank you to Judge Daniel Pearson and his ringman, Trig Peterson. And those senior showmen will exit the ring and return. We welcome now to the North Ring Judge Cameron Davidson and Ringman Nevada Murray. And we welcome back the senior showmen, who include 176 Landon Brandel, 178 Casey Adams, 179 Kate Ulbrich, and 180 Owen Wilms. We now welcome to the South Ring Judge Winton Brandel and his ringman, Ole Mendham. And we welcome in the junior showman, 146, Dryden Robertson. 147 is Lexi Mathon. 148, Dallas Saylor. 149, Luke Henderson. 150, Trig Peterson. And 199, Maddie McNeil. the junior showmen in for their first of 2 heats of junior showmanship. Turn your attention now, ladies and gentlemen, to the north ring. And in the north ring, we're ready for comments from Judge Cameron Davidson.
I would like to start off by thanking the Alberta Junior Angus Association for having me and my partner Nevada Murray out here to judge today, and we would just like to extend our greatest thanks to the show committee, the sponsors, the judges, our parents, and yeah. Moving into our class, I started off with the big-bodied black female here. One that is presented very well. She's big hipped. She's good over her top. One that I think is sound enough here today. I'm really excited to see this female down the road and see how her udder develops. But really, just a real great female, just in terms of that underline and over that top and that silhouette look. One that just is really great on that side profile view. Going down into second place, from a functionality standpoint, this female sticks out from the rest. She's great. She gets out and travels quite well. I think she's big throughout her center. I think she's clean enough through her front end. One that presents a lot of look. Just one that, from a teat placement view, I just like to shorten up them teats and just add a little bit more volume in terms of her hip to compete a little higher here today. Moving down into the third place female, a lawn-sided female, one that's deep, big volume female. One that just I'd like to see move off her hind end a little bit better today. But, a good female for this young man. And rounding out the class is this red cow. She's a 3-year-old and she's in her working clothes. But she's doing a great job, I'm sure, with her calf. But one that's big centered, just coming a little bit greener here today. But overall, great set of Angus females. I'm sure they'll do their part within the industry and make their impact. Thank you very much for having me and Nevada out here today.
Put your hands together for Judge Cameron Davidson and his ringman, Nevada Murray. Those senior showmen will return for their third and final heat of senior showmanship. We now welcome to our north ring Judge Sully Jenkins and his ringman, G.W. Murray. And we welcome back for their third and final heat of senior showmanship. 176 is Landon Brandel, 178 Casey Adams, 179 Kate Ulbrich, and 180 Owen Wilms. Turn your attention, ladies and gentlemen, to the south ring and comments from Judge Winton Brandel.
Well, this is a tremendous class out here today, and the Bashaw Egg Society has done a tremendous job with the Alberta Junior Angus Association putting on this show. For the future in agriculture today, these kids, they're out here in the best place they can be, so let's give them a round of applause. I chose to start off this class with this heifer calf here today, and for me, it's tough for me to put a heifer calf above so many bred heifers, but this is one that's just so complete for her size and style. She's just real extended through her front end, tons of rib shape. She's real soft through that middle, just a real bold sprung type female. She's one that I think it come back in a year's time, she's going to just powerhouse through these other bred heifers. And so I think this is one that is, in terms of completeness and soundness, she comes to the top quite handily for me today. We get into this second place female, this red bred heifer, not to knock on her, she's a very good female in her own right as well. She's got that extension through her front end, tons of middle to her. She's just a real powerhouse that's going to go out and become a real brute cow. Tons of middle, tons of extension. She's maybe a little bit heavy in her condition for me today. I'd like to freshen her up just a little bit, but you really just have to appreciate that softness she has and that just sheer body mass that she carries. Then you get into this female in third. I think this is a black female that you got to admire for that sleek design that she has. Just a real elegant female. She's long in her lines. She's one that's got tons of dimension to her when you get in behind her. She's one that I'd maybe like to free her up on the move. She tends to roll over on those pasterns. I'd just like to soften her up there, and she'd be real competitive. Just a real elegant female to come into this third place spot. We get into this red female next. She's one that I think she's almost patterns a little more with our second place female, even more than the third place, but she's one that maybe just gives up that size and power in comparison. She's one that's got that real long, smooth spine. She's one that's got tons of rib, and maybe the most rib when you get in behind her, but I'd just like to freshen her up a little bit and give her a little bit more power to compare it with the ones ahead of her. You get into this bull calf here. It's tough judging a bull calf in a class of females, but you got to judge them based off of their own design. And this is one that in his own right for a February bull calf is doing just fine. He's real extended, real smooth through that front end. He's going to get out and he's going to lay down these Cavanese type calves. He's one that's long, smooth, just a real complete herd sire prospect in the making. And we round off the class with this heifer calf here. She's one that you really got to admire for the way she's put together. She's real nice and extended through that front end, real clean in her lines. She's one that's got enough rib shape to her for her age. I think she's one I just like to touch that top down when she gets out on the move. She tends to just bring up that loin, but overall just a very complete female to round off the class. And overall, I think all these juniors out here are doing a tremendous job. Just a really high quality class here today. Thank you.
Put your hands together for Judge Winton Brandel and his ringman Ole Mendham. And those junior showmen will return for one more heat in their junior showmanship. At this time, too, ladies and gentlemen, and Angus juniors, I think we should put our hands together for Miller Wilson Angus. And how about that tremendous hospitality last night? Turn your attention now, ladies and gentlemen, to the north ring and comments from Judge Sully Jenkins.
First of all, I'd like to thank the Alberta Junior Angus Association for putting on this event here, and this first heifer here, really appealing, very deep, very consistent through her top line and tail head there, very appealing heifer. Moving on to this next heifer here, deep, very nice heifer, but just lacks some of the width there in that first heifer. Overall, very very promising heifer. Moving on here. This other bred here is again nice heifer for him here, but this is just a shorter heifer, still deep but short bodied, not as wide. Yeah, I would like to clean her up on her walk a little bit and her hind legs there, but other than that, very nice heifer. Rounding off the class, here's this red cow. Just a little bit. She's deep, nice heifer. Nice cow, but she's just a little bit less appealing than the heifers in this class, and she just kind of is beat out of her element here by the heifers. So that's how I judge this class.
Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Judge Sully Jenkins and his ringman, G.W. Murray. In that last class of senior showmanship, advancing from class 3 to our next senior semi-final. Advancing in senior showmanship, 176 Landon Brandel, 178 Casey Adams, and 180 Owen Wilms. So advancing in senior showmanship to the semi-final, Landon Brandel, Casey Adams, and Owen Wilms. We now welcome to our north ring Judge Ketlin Gartner and her ringman Hiller Gartner. And we welcome in the class of 4 of senior showmanship. 181 is Lily Howell, 182 Faith Collins, 183 Reese Wildman, 185 Luke Brook, and 192 Lexi Dietrich. They're in for their first of 3 heats of senior showmanship. We now welcome to the south ring Judge Casey Adams and her ring person Paisley Robertson. And we welcome back 146, the junior showman Dryden Robertson. 147 is Lexi Mathon. 148, Dallas Saylor. 149, Luke Henderson. 150, Trig Peterson. And 199, Maddie McNeil. in for their second and final heat of junior showmanship. For all of you Angus juniors, if you get a moment, or ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't had lunch, lunch is available inside. So make sure that you find your way inside to grab some lunch. It is available. Turn your attention to the north ring and comments from Judge Callan Gartner.
First off, I would just like to thank the Alberta Junior Angus Association and Tracy Dietrich for putting on an amazing show. Please put your hands together for the committee and Tracy Dietrich. I started off my class with this black cow. She's just so powerful. She's got the best spring of rib in the class, and her udder structure is very ideal, and she has the biggest foot in the class under her. In second place, I placed this black bred heifer. I would just like to widen her up in her pin set, but overall a super smooth made balanced female. In third place, I placed the black baldy female. She's super long and she's super long bodied and has a wide pin set. I would just like to make her smoother through her body. In fourth place, I placed this other black bred heifer. She's super long bodied and has a big bone. I would just like to give her more depth of body. And finally, in fifth place, I placed this red bred heifer. I would just like to clean her up in her front 1/3 and give her more depth of body. But overall, just a really nice class of females.
Thanks to Judge Callan Gardner and her ringman Hiller Gardner. And those senior members will return for another heat. And I turn your attention now over to the South Ring and comments from Judge Casey Adams.
Before I begin to talk my class, I'd just like to thank the Alberta Junior Angus Association and the Bashaw Agricultural Society for putting on this great event every single year. I look forward to it every year. As we're moving into my first place heifer, this is a heifer that I thought came to the top of the class for me today. She's really extended female. She's stout when you get in behind her. When you ask her to get out to go, she goes. As we're moving into my second place heifer, this heifer could have almost pulled ahead of the first place heifer. She's really feminine and extended up into that front end. There's a heifer calf with a really bright future in front of her that gets out on the move well. As we're moving into my third place heifer, this is a heifer with lots of shape to her. She's really long in over that spine, a really well balanced heifer. This heifer just maybe is a little more conditioned than the females ahead of her in this class, but it's still a really great heifer. As we're moving into my my next place heifer, this is a heifer that you'd maybe like to soften up in that top a little bit, but this is still a really nice heifer. A heifer with lots of springer rib to her and extension up to that front end. As we're moving into my bottom two calves, this is a calf that you'd like to soften up when she gets out on the move a little bit. Just gets a bit outpowered in this class for me today, but a big bone heifer that's got a bright future ahead of her. And this bull calf that rounds off the class, he just doesn't pattern well with the rest, so he has to sit down here today. But he's a bull calf with lots of extension and muscularity that's going to make a great calf in the future. Thank you.
Put your hands together for Judge Casey Adams and her ringman Paisley Robertson. Advancing in that showmanship class, advancing to the junior final, 148 Dallas Saylor and 149 Luke Henderson. Advancing in junior showmanship, Dallas Saylor and Luke Henderson. I turn your attention to the north ring and we welcome there Judge Ainsley Van Sickle and her ringman Sydney Van Sickle. Back in for a heat of senior showmanship. 181 is Lily Howell, 182 Faith Collins, 183 Reese Wildman, 185 Luke Brook, and 192 Lexi Dietrich. We welcome now to the south ring Judge Cade Rancier and his ringman Landon Brandel. And the junior showmen now in the south ring include 151 Carson Van Sickle, 152 Peyton Hagel, 153, Kessler Watts. 154, Joss Pittman. 155, Peyton Verbonic. 156, Reed Howell. And 157, Abby Rancier. Turn your attention to the north ring, and we're ready for comments from Judge Ainsley Van Sickle.
I'd like to thank the Bashaw Egg Society and the Alberta Junior Angus Association for having me and my partner Sydney out here to judge these amazing group of cattle. I start off this class with this black female. She's long-bodied, deep-ribbed, gray-uddered, just a tremendous female. This female that comes in second, she maybe needs to stride out a little bit better, but again, big-bodied, big-ribbed, and clean-fronted. This female that comes in third, she's just maybe not as deep-bodied or smooth on the move, but she is long and has a nice and very clean-fronted. This female that we round out the class with, she's maybe just smaller framed, not as big bodied, but she sure is a tremendous female. Thank you.
Put your hands together for Judge Ainsley Van Sickle and her ringman Sydney Van Sickle. Those senior showmen will exit the ring and return for one more heat. Turn your attention now to the south ring, ladies and gentlemen, and comments from Judge Cade Rancier.
First off, I'd like to thank the Bashaw Egg Society and the Alberta Junior Angus Association for hosting this great show year after year. Start off the class with a female that I think you really just got to appreciate for the overall mass and power that she brings to the table. A female that you really got to appreciate the under quality underneath her. I think a female that gets out and strides really well, and a female that's going to make a great cow way down the road. Moving into my second place female, a heifer calf that I think you just really got to appreciate for how bold sprung she is. A female that you really appreciate how much lower body fill she has. A female that maybe just gets a little bit plainer out of her hip and a little bit bolder in terms of her shoulder to compete with the female that stands above the class today. Third place female here, a cow. I think a female that you really got to appreciate for how capacious she is. A female that you really got to like for how much power she possesses and how flexible she is on the move. I think I just want to clean up or tighten up her udder structure for a 2-year-old cow and maybe freshen her up a little bit in her brisket to compete with the females ahead of her today. Female that comes in next here, a black heifer that you really got to like and appreciate for how long fronted she is. A female that is super long made and deep bodied. I think just a female that you maybe just like to clean up how she's moving today, just getting out and moving a little bit awkward, but overall a female that you really got to appreciate for how long and deep she is. Moving into third, a red female that I think you really got to like for how long or how capacious she is. A female that you maybe just doesn't get out and move and stride as long as the females that come ahead of her today, but overall a female that you really got to appreciate for how much muscle she packs into that. Black female that sits lower down here. I think a female that just doesn't have the top line structure and strength of the females that sit ahead of her. Overall, a very flexible made female, though, that you really appreciate and is going to make an extremely good cow down the road. Rounding off the class is a little heifer calf here. Heifer calf that you really got to like for how fancy front end she is. A female that's super hairy, just maybe cuts up in her flank a little bit and doesn't have the same muscle and structure as the females ahead of her to compete. But overall, great class from top to bottom. Thank you.
Put your hands together for Judge Cade Rancier and his ringman, Landon Brandel. Advancing to the junior showmanship final from this class, advancing in junior showmanship, 156, Reed Howell, 157, Abby Rancier. Advancing to the junior showmanship final, Reed Howell and Abby Rancier. Turn your attention to the north ring, and we welcome there Judge Piper May and ringman Nash Sorensen. And back in, the senior showmen include 181, Lily Howell, 182, Faith Collins, 183, Reese Wildman, 185, Luke Brook, and 192, Lexi Dietrich. Turn your attention to the north ring, ladies and gentlemen, and comments from Judge Piper May.
Hi, everybody. I would like to thank the Bashaw Egg Society for holding this show. The heifer here I have in first. She's a really nice long heifer. She has a lot of depth to her. She's nice, sturdy on her legs. She has a lot of flexibility. To me, she walked really nice in the ring, and her feet are really nice. The heifer here I have in second. She just doesn't have as nice as a top line on her, but a really tremendous heifer. She'll make a really nice cow-calf project. The heifer here I have in third. She has probably the straightest back. She probably is the deepest. To me, she just didn't walk as she didn't have a nice strut to her. But although a tremendous heifer, well, cow. Heifer here I have in fourth. She's a really nice heifer. Just doesn't have the depth and the nice firm top line. But she walked really nice, and she only made 2 footprints. The heifer here rounding out the class, she's a really nice heifer. She just doesn't have the nice firm top line, and she's nice and deep, but she doesn't have a lot of depth to. And she didn't walk as nice in the ring.
Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Judge Piper May and Ringman Nash Sorensen. Advancing to the next class, our senior semi-final heat. Advancing from this class, 181, Lily Howell, 183, Reese Wildman, and 192, Lexi Dietrich. Advancing to the senior semi-final in showmanship, Lily Howell, Reese Wildman, and Lexi Dietrich. And that senior semi-final will be our next class in the north ring. We welcome to the north ring Judge Sage Snyder and her ring person Tennessee Snyder. And we welcome into the the senior semi-final in showmanship. We welcome in 176 Landon Brandel, 178 Casey Adams, 180 Owen Wilms, 181 Lily Howell, 183 Reese Wildman, and 192 Lexi Dietrich. This is the senior semi-final number 2. It will go just this one time. Juniors and ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't had the opportunity to grab lunch, could you please do so in the next 15 minutes? They would like to put the lunch away. So if anyone hasn't eaten, please get into the building and have your lunch. They would like to put that away in the next 15 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready for comments from Judge Sage Snyder.
First of all, I'd like to thank the Ag Society for having me and my partner out today. The first heifer here is very powerful to me. She stands out a lot. When she walks, she's very smooth. Her top line is pretty clean. She's definitely pretty fronted, deep. Moving on to the second heifer here. She's also, again, very deep and big like the first heifer, just maybe not as clean of lines as the first heifer. Moving on to this heifer here in third is very big, definitely powerful, just maybe not as deep. Just maybe not as clean of line. Maybe not as clean of line and good structure as the first two heifers. Moving on to the third heifer, or the fourth heifer, sorry. She has good structure in terms of her feet. She's very long body, pretty fronted. I just clean up her lines and deepen her and probably fix up her top or tail head. This next heifer here in 5th is definitely a smaller heifer for the age she is, but she's a very nice heifer overall, and she's definitely one of the prettiest fronted in this class. Rounding off this class with this semi-tall heifer, she's very large, long-bodied. Just maybe I deepen her a bit and clean up her hooks and pins. Thank you.
Put your hands together for Judge Sage Snyder and ring person Tennessee Snyder. And advancing to the senior showmanship final, advancing 176 Landon Brandel, 178 Casey Adams, and 180 Owen Wilms. Advancing to the senior showmanship final, Landon Brandel, Casey Adams, and Owen Wilms. We now welcome to the North Ring Judge Riley Kamala and his ringman Carter Kamala. And we welcome in the senior showmen for their first heat. 186 is Tennessee Walter, 187 Kylie Wilms, 188 Callista Chesser, 189 Keegan Jacobson, 191 Sienna Borison, 203 is Julius Wintreater, and 198 Vanessa Hadwin, the senior showman in Class 5. And we now welcome to the South Ring Judge Sadie Howell and her ringman Lily Howell. And the junior showmen in this class include 158 London Matthews, 159 Sully Jenkins, 160 Nevada Murray, 161 Brett Campbell, 162 Stella Mater, 163 Cameron Davidson, and 164 Daniel Pearson. They are in for their first heat, and they will go twice in junior showmanship. Ladies and gentlemen, turn your attention to the north ring and comments from Judge Riley Kamala.
I think this is a really strong class of females. I'd like to thank the Bashaw Society for letting us come to this one amazing show. Me and my partner doing one amazing thing. I'm going to start the class off with this really nice, long, powerful, deep, really long-necked, really flat top line, really straight, nice tail head to lead off the class. The female that comes in second, she's really long, she's really deep, she's really powerful, but I would just like to make her a little bit more longer necked, but still a really nice cow. The female that comes in third, she's really deep, she's really powerful, but I don't think she's really long enough, and her neck's a little too short, but she's still a very nice female. The female that's also in this class is A1. She's a little too short necked, but her tail head's really nice. She has a really nice top line, but she's still a very nice heifer. Heifer that comes in the ring next, she is a really big broody cow. She's really big, she's really long, she's really powerful, she's really deep. She has really nice brisket. She's on her top line, she's really nice her top line. Her tail head's really smooth. These last two females are really close. I think this black calf's a little bit better in her strides and sound, and I think this was a really good class. Thank you.
Put your hands together for Judge Riley Kamala and his ringman Carter Kamala. Those senior members will exit the ring and return for another heat of senior showmanship. I turn your attention now to the south ring, and we're ready for comments from Judge Sadie Howell.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and I'd just like to start off on behalf of my sister Lily and I by thanking the Bashaw Ag Society and the Alberta Junior Angus Association and all the sponsors that really come together and put this amazing event on. So I'm just going to get everyone to put their hands together for having such an amazing event. I went back and forth between these two awesome cows in my head a lot, and I think if you had either of them, you'd be really happy. I just decided that this black cow was the most complete female in the class. I think that she has a lot to offer. I love her femininity. I love her bone structure. I love her frame size and how she carries her depth of body. You can tell that she has good milking capacity there as well, so that's why she's coming to the top of my class today. This heifer in second here, I think she's really cool. She really hits you as she comes into the ring. I think she also has a lot to offer. I think that she's maybe doesn't have as much capacity and overall power as the one that stands in front of her. But I do like her depth of body. I like her femininity. I like her broodiness. I think she carries herself well, and she's structurally really sound, which is everything you kind of want in a cow. Moving on to this red heifer in third here. I think that maybe she just gets a little bit plainer in terms of the show appeal and overall how she comes into the ring. But overall, I think that she does all the right things. I think that her structure is really good. I think that she walks well. I think she holds her capacity to a certain level that she still has a lot of that femininity. I think that maybe she just doesn't have the overall power compared to those cows, and when you get against those cows, they really kind of dim the light on these heifers, but overall I think that she's a really, really nice heifer. Moving on to this black heifer, I think that maybe she's the problem heifer in the class. She really hits you in her overall show appeal. Her front end is a rocket. I really like how she comes into herself, but I just feel like maybe she doesn't have the depth of body, and I just maybe like to change that foot set on her a little bit to compete with the ones ahead of her today. Getting to the bottom of my class here comes this red heifer, and I just feel like she doesn't have the overall bone size or bone structure to really compete with the ones ahead of her today, but I think that she's a really smooth made female. I think that she does a lot of things right. I just think that she comes to a tough class today and maybe just gets a little bit more outpowered. I do like her T placement, and this young man's doing a really good job showing her. I really like this heifer calf that comes in next here. I just think that she gets a little outpowered in the class, in our class today, with all different types of females, but I like her as a show heifer. I like that she has that depth of body. I like her rocket of a front end. I like her structure. I have no doubt that she's going to make a really good heifer for this young lady, and I have a feeling that she's going to go on and do really great things. The cow rounding out my class, she does a lot of things right. I just think that maybe I'd like to deepen her up. I'd like to change a bit of her frame and her bone structure to really compete with the ones ahead of her today. But you can tell that she's putting a lot into her calf and that she's doing a lot of things right. So that's why she's going to sit here today. But I have no doubt that she's going to produce big things for this young man. Again, I'd just like to thank the Bashaw Egg Society and the Canadian Junior Angus Association for putting on this tremendous event. I think it gives me and my fellow exhibitors a lot of real-world experience and for our futures, so thank you.
Put your hands together for Judge Sadie Howell and her ring person, Lily Howell. And those junior showmen will exit and return for their second and final heat of junior showmanship. In our north ring, we'd like to welcome to the ring there Judge Hayden Kamala and his ringman Gracie Borison. Once again back in for senior showmanship, their second of 3 heats are 186 Tennessee Walter, 187 Kylie Wilms, 188 Callista Chesser, 189 Keegan Jacobson, 191 Sienna Borison, 203 Julius Wintereater, and 198 Vanessa Hadwin. We now welcome to the South Ring Judge Lexi Dietrich and her ring person Quinn Peterson. And we welcome back for their second and final heat of junior showmanship 158 London Matthews, 159 Sully Jenkins, 160 Nevada Murray, 161 Brett Campbell, 162 is Stella Mader, 163 Cameron Davidson, and 164, Daniel Pearson. Turn your attention to the north ring, and at this time we are ready for some comments from Judge Hayden Kamala.
I'd like to start off by thanking the Bashaw Agriculture Society and all the sponsors for putting on this amazing show. I get started off here with this big black broody cow. She got great udder quality, gets around really well, great neck extension, but I think I'd just like to clean it up in the front a bit. But you got to appreciate this cow on her side, and she gets her around really well. I got this fallborn here in second. She's made really well. She gets around nice. Great top quality, lots of neck extension, clean fronted, really attractive female. The heifer I got here in third, I just think she gets outpowered by two above her. I think I'd just like to drop her in her tail a little bit, clean her up in the top, and yeah, really amazing female. The cow I got here in fourth, I just think I'd like to change her up in the udder a bit. Maybe got a bit much condition for me here today. Clean her up in the front. But I bet she got a really great calf coming on her in the barn, and she'd definitely have a calf to watch out for in the future. The red Angus heifer I got here in fifth, I just think I'd like to drop her in her tail head a bit. Maybe she'd be a bit straight-legged for me here today. And I'd like to just change up her hoof pattern and a bit of her skeleton. Coming under her with this red Angus, I think this is a really attractive female. I just think I'd like to lengthen her out in her neck and the rest of her body. But really great female, just lengthen her out. And the calf I got on the bottom here, I just think it's hard for a calf to be competing against breds and cows, but really a nice, attractive calf. She gets around well, great on the side profile. And yes, thank you.
Put your hands together for Judge Hayden Kamala and his ring person, Gracie Borison. Those senior showmen will exit and return for one more heat. We now welcome to the North Ring Judge Tel Peterson and his ringmen Michael Richards and Wyatt Saylor. And we welcome back the senior showmen, who include 187 Kylie Wilms, 186 Tennessee Walter, 188 is Callista Chesser. 189, Keegan Jacobson. 191, Sienna Borison. 203, Julius Winterreader. And 198, Vanessa Hadwin. Turn your attention to the south ring. We're ready now for comments from Judge Lexi Dietrich.
I'd like to start off by thanking all of the people that helped organize this event and Bashaw Egg Society for allowing us to have this event here every year. I think it's one of definitely the highlights of my summer. And I think one group of people that my fellow exhibitors have forgotten to mention is the parents that brought us all to these shows and travel with us from show to show. I think sometimes we forget to thank them, and I just think they all deserve a huge round of applause. Today I started my class off with this really powerful and impressive cow. I think a cow that you just have to love. Like, if she's out on the pasture, she's just a tremendous female. Just when you analyze her off the profile and how well she travels, she's got a tremendous amount of depth. She's super duper beautiful. Overall, just a very complete female. I think she's very clean in all of her lines and just puts herself together, I think, the best in this class. Moving on to commercial Angus influenced female, a female that, again, like, I think you can move her up here today, but for me she just sits in second just in terms of a little bit of the lack of overall finish. I think she's maybe just doesn't put herself together as clean, maybe as easy as the first place female, but a female that you really have to enjoy and love just on her own and in her own right, and how beautiful her udder and overall everything. Moving on to my next place, I have Red Angus female, a female that I think got caught in a tough class behind these two tremendous cows. Female that when you analyze her off this profile, she's really broody. She's got lots of depth of rib. She's got good teats that are about to for an udder. She's really wide when you get in step behind her. I think she moves out very fluent. Overall, a very complete heifer that I think just got caught in a tough class today with these cows. Moving on to my fourth place, this Black Angus female. I think a female that's pretty similar in type to my Red Angus, but a female I'd like to see travel a little bit different off her hind set. I think she gets a little tight, a little tense there for me today. I just like to see her travel with a bit more looseness, but overall a very stylish and eye-appealing female. Next we have this calf. She's a March-born, but I think a female that you really have to appreciate just how much power she has and how much performance she already has at this age. I set her ahead of those other two animals at the end just because I think that growing forward, when you add a little bit more age on this female, I think she's going to be a little more impressive, just a little bit more performance type than the bottom two. The bottom two females in this class just got caught in a tough class again today. They're all structurally correct when you analyze them from the base up. I think a very important thing, the red female just sets ahead just a little bit in terms of how much I love her big bone. A female that I think will be a high performance down the road in producing those great bull calves. So there was a little trend going through the barns that we're trying to make a word of the day, as you know my dad usually does. So hopefully you caught it in those reasons.
Put your hands together for Judge Lexi Dietrich and her ring person, Quinn Peterson. And in that junior showmanship class, advancing to the junior showmanship final, entry 160, Nevada Murray, and 162, Stella Mader. Advancing in junior showmanship to the final, Nevada Murray and Stella Mader. Once again, juniors and ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to encourage you to have a look inside at the silent auction as well. Thank you to all of our families and juniors who have put forward some great items in the silent auction, and that fundraising money will go towards our Alberta Junior Angus Association. So please have a look inside the building at the silent auction items. The tent that's up above the announcer stand is also one of the items on that auction. Juniors, ladies and gentlemen, I'm informed that we still need 2 more grooming shoots for the grooming contest. So if anybody has a shoot available, if you could bring it over to the grooming area, it would be very much appreciated. The tiny mites and peewees will start their grooming at 2 o'clock. And then the juniors and seniors will start once our showmanship is completed. So if anyone has a grooming shoot available, please bring it over to the grooming area. We still need 2 more shoots for our grooming contest. Turn your attention to the north ring, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready now for comments from Judge Tell Peterson.
I would like to thank the Bashaw Egg Society for letting us use this beautiful facility to host this event. I would like to thank the Alberta Junior Angus Association for hosting this event. And I'd like to thank my ringman, Wyatt Saylor, and Michael Richardson. going into this first place cow here, I really like her for depth of body. I really like her for a feminine and all the way through. I like her for udder structure. I just like to stretch her up a little bit more. Going into this second place heifer here, here's a heifer that I really like for her showiness. She's a real nice, well-structured female. I like her from ground up. I just like to maybe lower down that her hind quarter and maybe just straighten that back out a little bit. Going into this third place female right here, here's a real nice cow. I really like her for length of body, how well built she is. She's got real nice feet and a nice udder structure coming. I just like to maybe give her a little bit more femininity all the way through and just maybe get her, I don't know. Coming into this fourth place female here, she's a real nice heifer. I just like to maybe give her a little bit more mass to her and give her a little bit more hind quarter, but she's a real nice showy heifer that I think will go out and make lots of good calves. Coming into this fifth place female, he's a real nice red female. I really like her for how broody she is. She's got lots of mass, good foot under her. I just like to maybe get her a little bit more showiness and maybe just make her a little bit more feminine all the way through. Going into this sixth place female here, I really like this heifer calf. She's a real nice feminine heifer calf that's got lots of potential. As she gets older, I think she'll turn out to be a real nice bred and cow. I just like to maybe lower up her hind quarter and maybe just get her a little bit more broodier and give her a little bit more mass. Going into this seventh place female here, here's a real nice heifer, but I love her for her length of body, how showy she is. I just like to maybe give her a little bit more mass again and maybe just give her a little bit more structure in that hind quarter. But thank you.
Put your hands together for Judge Tel Peterson and his ringmen, Michael Richards and Wyatt Saylor. And advancing to the next semifinal in senior showmanship from this class, advancing 187, Kylie Wilms, 189, Keegan Jacobson, and 191, Sienna Borison. Advancing in senior showmanship, Kylie Wilms, Keegan Jacobson, and Sienna Borison. We now welcome to the North Ring Judge Cordell Morrison and his ringman Greeley Robertson. And we welcome in Class 6 of Senior Showmanship, 193 Winton Brandel, 194 Riley Borison, 190 Quinton Albrecht, 195 Maria Tazchuk, 196 Heidi McFadden, and 203 Oli Mendham. Class 6 of Senior Showmanship, This is their first of 3 heats. Ladies and gentlemen, in the north ring, we're now ready for comments from Judge Cordell Morrison.
Before I start with my placings, I would like to thank the Alberta Junior Angus Association for letting me and my Raymond Greeley Robertson give us this opportunity to judge this class of bred heifers, a cow, and a bull calf. Starting off with this class, we have this black female. She's really powerful. She's sound on the move. She has a good underline, less condition on her, really feminine, and a good front end. Moving on to the second place female. She has a bit of a higher tail head, bit of a lower shoulder, but she has a good skull. She's clean on her front half, and she has good udder quality and good foot quality. This next black heifer here, she has a bit more condition on her, but she kind of makes up for it with her top line. And this, I would just make this heifer a little more smooth on her bottom end and a little more powerful. Moving on to the red heifer. She has a little too much navel for me, and I would trim off a little bit condition on her front. She has a good skull and a good front end though. Moving on to the bull calf. He's a very showy, very powerful on his back end, and explosive on the move. He has a clean front end and a good crest on him. He would be a good herd bull, and not much condition either. And with the female that rounds out the class, I would just give her a little bit more power, trim up her navel a little. She does have a good shoulder, and a nice skull on her, and good udder quality. Thank you.
Put your hands together for Judge Cordell Morrison and his ringman Greeley Robertson. The senior showmen, as they exit, will return for their next heat of senior showmanship. We now welcome to our ring Judge Dallas Saylor and her ring person Lexi Mathon. And we bring back our senior showmen in this class number 6. They include 193 Winton Brandel, 194 Riley Borison, 190 Quinton Ulbrich, 195 Maria Tazchuk, 196 Heidi McFadden, and 203 Oli Mendham. Turn your attention to the north ring and comments from Judge Dallas Saylor.
First of all, I want to thank First of all, I'd like to thank the Bashaw Egg Society and the AJA board members for putting on a tremendous show, and our ringman Lexi Mathon for helping run this ring smoothly. I start off by this black Angus heifer. This is a heifer that really caught my eye when she came into the show ring. She's deep-bodied, feminine-fronted, wide throughout that top. Just a heifer that really came to the top to me today. Next, I have this red Angus heifer. This heifer comes in second to me today, as she deep-bodied, maybe lacks a little bit of femininity in her front end, but a heifer that really pairs up nicely to the top, to my first place animal. My third place, in third, I have this other red Angus heifer. She's a heifer that maybe gets outpowered from the one ahead of her, but a heifer who's also deep-bodied, long throughout that top line. A heifer that really just catches your eye when she comes into the ring. Going into fourth place, I have this heifer who's definitely the powerhouse of the ring here. She may be a little bit short throughout that top, but a heifer that's really powerful through that front, deep-bodied, overall a really wonderful heifer. In fifth, I have this mature cow here in fifth. She's a cow that, yes, has put on some miles on her, but you do gotta appreciate her for how deep-bodied she is. You do appreciate her for her front end as well. Just overall, a really good cow. It's really hard to place a bull calf in a bunch of female animals, so unfortunately I placed this young man with the bull calf last, but I really do like this bull calf. Deep-bodied, long top line, masculine bull calf, just a bull that'll go places. Let's give a round of applause for each of these exhibitors who exhibited today.
And put your hands together for Judge Dallas Saylor and her ringman, Lexi Mathon. Those senior showmen will return for one more heat in their senior showmanship. And we welcome to the North Ring Judge Håkan Mader and his ringman Carson Van Sickle. And we bring back the senior showman in Class 6 for their third and final heat. 193 is Winton Brandel. 194, Riley Borison. 190, Quinton Albrecht. 195 is Maria Tazchuk. 196, Heidi McFadden. And 203, Oli Mentum. We're ready now in the North Ring, ladies and gentlemen, for comments from Judge Håkan Mader.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Before I start off this class, I'd just like to thank the Bashaw Egg Society and the Alberta Junior Angus Association for putting on this show every year and having me and my partner Carson out to adjudicate this amazing class of cattle. I'm going to start off with the black heifer today. I think this is the heifer that just puts it together the best for me here today. I think a female you really have to appreciate for the length of spine this female has. This female, she's very refined through her head and neck. Female, she's very deep through her flank, deep through her body. Overall, I think an easy winner for me here today. As we get into my second place female, here's a female that I still think carries the same rib capacity and shape. Maybe a female, she breaks in her top line a bit. Female, but I think she gets out, she moves, she's very athletic on the move. Two really strong females to start off the class. As we get into my third place female, I think this is the problem heifer in the class. Heifer you really have to appreciate for the muscle and rib capacity this female has. Female, I like to clean her up in her front end. Maybe a female, she doesn't track as well, she may be a little stiffer on those back two legs, but another nice heifer. As we get into my fourth place female, here's a female that maybe just gets a little outpowered by the top three heifers. Female, I'd like to clean her up in her navel, but a female that has really nice teat placement. She's very level through that tail head. Another great heifer. As we get into the bull calf here, I think it's a little harder to judge bull calves against the rest of the females in this class, but a bull calf you really have to appreciate for how masculine this bull calf is. He's very attractive. He's very wide over his top line. Really good bull calf. Rounding out the class with the red cow here. Maybe a cow, I just like to level her up in her udder. I like to maybe shorten those teats. But a cow, I think she's going to go out. She's going to produce some really good calves. Thank you.
Put your hands together for Judge Håkan Mader and his ringman Carson Van Sickle. Advancing to the next semifinal from this class in senior showmanship, advancing 193 Winton Brandel, 194 Riley Borison, and 196 Heidi McFadden. Advancing in senior showmanship, Winton Brandel, Riley Borison, and Heidi McFadden. We now welcome to the North Ring, ladies and gentlemen, the final junior show team, Judge Kessler Watts and his ringman Luke Henderson, and we bring in semifinal number 3 in senior showmanship. The senior showmen in this class include 187 Kylie Wilms, 189 Keegan Jacobson, 191 Sienna Borison, 193 Winton Brandel, 194 Riley Borison, and 196 Heidi McFadden. Semi-final number 3 of our senior showmanship and show team with Judge Kessler Watts and ringman Luke Henderson. Following this class, we will move, ladies and gentlemen, into our senior showmanship final in the North Ring, and we'll also at the same time have our junior showmanship final in our south ring. Turn your attention to the ring, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready for comments on this class. Judge Kessler Watts.
Before I say my reasonings today, I want to give a big shout out to the Bashaw Egg Society for allowing us to be here, and also the AJAA board members. This show is fantastic, and me and Luke want to give a big thank you. To start off this class, we have this red heifer, a nice steep animal, nice and wide throughout its rear end. You take this animal, look at it. Honestly, one of the animals that I would want to put into my class. Very feminine heifer. This one just really stood out for me today, and that's why I put her in first. Second place here is this black heifer. I really like her. I just found that she could have tracked a tiny bit better and could have been a bit more fresh throughout her rear end, but still a really nice, really proper heifer that I would personally just like to see a bit more fresh, but still, I really like this heifer. Now we get into third. I really struggled where to put this animal, because I found that she was a nice, deep and thick animal with a lot of coverage, but I just found this animal kind of lacked the muscling that I was looking for in her, maybe lacked a bit of the width in the rear end, but still really feminine heifer, animal that's going to go out there, make babies, very fantastic animal. Fourth place here, kind of the same situation. This one's a bit kind of tight in its hip bones. Still a really nice animal. I just would have liked to see the animal move a bit better, be a bit more structured, have a bit more motion when I saw this animal walking. This black animal here, I just found she kind of got outpowered by the animals ahead of her today. A really feminine heifer that's deep and has a lot of capacity. I just found this animal really got outpowered. To finish off this class, we have this big brute. Real nice animal, a lot of rib coverage. I just found this one kind of swung its hips when you looked at it. Maybe could have freshened her up a little bit. Maybe could have taken down a bit of the coverage on her. But still, really nice class of heifers today. Thank you.
Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Judge Kessler Watts and his ringman, Luke Henderson. Advancing to the Senior Showmanship Final. Advancing, 187, Kylie Wilms, 193, Winton Brandel, and 194, Riley Borison. Advancing to the Senior Showmanship Final. Once again, Kylie Wilms, Winton Brandel, and Riley Borison. And that brings us now, ladies and gentlemen, to our finals. And so in our south ring, we'll bring in our junior showmanship final. In our north ring, we'll run the senior showmanship final. Looks like in our north ring for our senior showmanship final, our acting judge will be Mr. Thomas Wildman. And Trish Henderson will be our ring person. So the acting judge for the senior showmanship final, Thomas Wildman. And ringman is Trish Henderson. We welcome in the senior showmanship final. First in, 165, Paisley Robertson. 172 is Darren Walker. 173, Sadie Howell. (176) Landon Brandel. 178, Casey Adams. 180, Owen Wilms. 187, Kylie Wilms. 193, Winton Brandel. And 194, Riley Borison. The 9 individuals in your senior showmanship final. Once again, adjudicating our senior showmanship is Justine Bullock, and so thank you to Justine for adjudicating all of our senior showmanship today. I believe we're about ready to bring in our junior showmanship final in the South Ring. In our junior showmanship final in the South Ring, Heidi Pass will be our acting judge, and Miss Verbonic, I'm sorry, I can't remember your first name, but Amber Verbonic will be our ring person. Thank you, Amber. And once again, adjudicating our junior showmanship all day, as she had done our Tiny Mites and Pee-wees as well, but thank you to Annie Christensen Stewart, who will be adjudicating this junior final. We're good to go. And our junior showman in this junior final. Oh, so entry 121 is Tell Peterson. 120 is Hiller Gartner. 127 is G.W. Murray. 132, Greeley Robertson. 133, Callan Gartner. 137, Hayden Kamala. 140, Myra Murray. 144, Cordell Morrison. 148, Dallas Saylor. And 149, Luke Henderson. Following Luke will be 156, Reed Howell. And 157, Abby Rancier. 160, Nevada Murray. And 162, Stella Mater. The 14 finalists in our junior showmanship final, ladies and gentlemen. Also, thank you to London Matthews for assisting with the marshalling of our junior showmanship final. Thank you, London. Ladies and gentlemen, turn your attention to the north ring, and we're ready for some comments on this senior showmanship drive. Judge Justine Bullock.
Good afternoon, everyone. Everybody thinks Disneyland's the best place to be, and I'd say it's Bashaw, Alberta in this grass ring. So congratulations. I had a really tough job today. You could really pick anybody. I showed cattle here as a kid, and it was my favorite place to be. It's where I made all my memories, made all my lifelong buddies. So, and that was a long time ago. So I just want to say congratulations and thank you to all the parents and the committee members that have kind of kept this going for the kids, because it's amazing. It's a magical place to be. So, it's just personal preference. You could pick anybody on any day. I guess the way I look at it is who I'd put on the halter for our own cattle. So I did top 6. I'll just do the top 2 today. So thank you again to the Angus Association for letting me come out today. I grew up with Angus cattle, and my husband's going to kill me for saying this, but it's no better breed. Thank you.
Grand Champion Senior Showman Casey Adams. And the Reserve Champion Senior Showman Paisley Robertson. How about one more round of applause for all of our senior showmen and for Judge Justine Bullock. Thank you again, and thank you so much as well to our officials who adjudicated the show teams today. Thank you to Dwayne Martin and Tracy Wilms for adjudicating junior show team. Thank you to David Snyder and Jamie Ray Pittman for adjudicating the senior show teams. Turn your attention now to the south ring, ladies and gentlemen, and our champion junior showmanship drive, and some comments now from Annie Christensen Stewart.
Let's get a round of applause for a tremendous group of junior showmen. You guys should all be so proud of yourselves. This is like splitting hairs. This was a really tough class for me, and you guys all deserve to be here for sure. Just a few comments and things I noticed throughout the day I'll just share with you. First thing is, when you're coming in the ring, just remember to be confident and just be proud. You guys have worked hard to be here, and you're showing off your animal. You're proud of your animal. So just make sure that you're showing your confidence when you're walking around the ring, and that you're holding their head high, and that you're smiling. You know, junior shows are so much fun, and you're having fun, and these memories will stick with you forever. So just make sure that you're smiling and you're having a good time. I know that it can be stressful, but just make sure that you're calm and that you're relaxed, and your calf will be calm and relaxed. And you know, if they're not, just take a step out, do another circle, set them up again. And another thing is, just use the tools that you have. You know, your comb, if your judge comes and they touch your calf, make sure that you're using your comb and you're using your show stick. If the calf is hunched up a little bit, use it on their back, use it on their belly. If you need to bring their tail in, just make sure that you're using the tools that you have with you. Another thing is, make sure, I kind of touched on this a little bit with the peewees, but I just wanted to bring it up again, but just make sure that you're aware, your ring awareness. Make sure you know where your spot is in line, where the line is going, where you're supposed to go. Just be aware of the cattle moving around you, because then you can go in and fill those spots, and you just know exactly where you need to be at all times. It just makes the classes go and just flow so much easier. Another thing is, when I was saying just show your calf off all the time, not just when the judge is walking past you, but all the time, because you never know if you have a customer or a future buyer sitting in the stands that's looking at your animal. So you're not just showing off for the judge today, but you're showing off also for the people in the stands watching. But overall, you guys, just a tremendous job. And thank you to the Junior Association for having me out today. It's been really awesome, and also a great job to the committee for setting up a super awesome show. I know that everyone seems to be enjoying themselves and things are just running smoothly. So congratulations, you guys. And with that, I will go and select my reserve first and then my champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, how about a round of applause for Annie Christensen Stewart for adjudicating here today. So Annie will select her reserve champion showman and then followed by her champion junior showman. Reserve champion, junior showman, ladies and gentlemen, Nevada Murray. Grand champion, junior showman, Stella Mater. One more round of applause for all of our junior showmen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've been over here, so I'm not certain, but I believe that the Pee-wee and Tiny Mite grooming is maybe commenced. And we'll give our showmen all an opportunity to put their cattle away, but we'll be moving into the grooming contest shortly.
Well, for everybody online, that's it for the Alberta Junior Angus Show, show team judging and showmanship. Come back for the show here at 10 o'clock live on DLMS.